The TD Markham Jazz Festival acknowledges that the sacred land on which the city of Markham lies is the territory of the Huron-Wendat and Pedon First Nations, the Seneca, and most recently the Mississaugas of the Credit River. Today, this vast area remains home to many Indigenous people, and we are grateful for the opportunity to live and work in this community on this territory. Hi, I'm Heather Bambrick from Jazz FM 91, and I am delighted to welcome you to this year's 2021 TD Markham Jazz Festival. Now, the festival this year, as you can probably imagine, it's a little bit different, almost entirely virtual with a few select in-person performances at various areas around Markham. But for the most part, we have 3 days, 18 plus hours of incredible music coming to you from some wonderful venues. We've got it all. We've got established artists, we've got the up-and-comers, we have award nominees and award winners. We have incredible diversity and all uniquely talented and some of the top musicians in the country. If you want to catch the full lineup, find out a little bit more about the festival itself, you can do it all online at markhamjazzfestival.com. How can you experience the festival? All kinds of different ways. You can do exactly what you're doing right now and tune in online. You can invite your friends over, have a listening party, create your own mini jazz festival in your backyard. Take the festival with you. Learn to basically love this music, appreciate this music, and discover this music, whether you're listening to some of your favorites or finding out about new names on the scene. However you're doing it, we're glad you're doing it, and we invite you to keep doing it as we bring you an incredible schedule of performances today. Now, jazz has a big role in the community, and the community has a huge role in jazz, and we're going to hear a little bit more about that relationship right now as Festival Chair Linda Briggs chats with the Mayor of Markham, Frank Scarpitti.
I know you are personally a big proponent of culture and the arts. Can you share your thoughts on how culture and the arts impacts life here in Markham?
Well, it's an integral part of our DNA. And I say that on so many different levels. First and foremost, just the investment that various councils have made over the past 50 years with our cultural venues. You know, we have I think, an outstanding community theater, our Flato Markham Theater, which is one of the better performing ones in terms of the financial revenues that it generates, but also the programming there, particularly in the last few years, have been outstanding. The Varley Art Gallery that allows us to showcase some of Varley's work. He lived here in Markham on the main street of Unionville, but also showcase other artists, other international exhibits that we've had showcased at the Varley Art Gallery, and our museum. I mean, our museum for a community of our size, again, it's probably one of the best museums in Ontario for a community of our size. It tells the story of Markham, and certainly through the history of the buildings and the artifacts, but again, provides a wonderful opportunity for that history to be shared through arts and culture as well. And it's an integral part of our DNA. We want to make sure that this is a place where people can live, can work if they want to live and work in the same community, but also a place where arts and culture is both supported through the cultural venues. And then we also have grants for many of our local festivals through the Celebrate Markham program. Again, supporting different events that have been around for many, many years. You know, it was at one time, even the Jazz Festival was brand new. And you think, okay, this is something new, let's support this. And it has just taken off. It's incredible. And of course, to many community organizations and groups as well, through the support of various events. So I think we do a lot to support it. And I think when it comes to arts and culture, particularly in this community being the most diverse community in all of Canada, that art and culture takes many shapes and forms and is an expression of the cultural diversity that we have. So, you know, I speak about the museum and the history of Markham, And certainly the museum isn't the only place where the history is celebrated. It's celebrated on our main streets and through some of the beautiful historic buildings that we have. But we also tell the story of diversity through that art and culture, and it's expressed in so many different ways throughout our community.
Thank you. And for sure, the Jazz Festival has been a recipient of the Celebrate Markham Fund. So that's been fantastic.
Thank you so much. That was Festival Chair Linda Briggs and the Mayor of Markham, Frank Scarpitti. Now, this is the 24th year of the TD Markham Jazz Festival, which means next year is the 25th. And you know what a 25th anniversary means? It means a party. So we want to invite you to come on back for that party. Next year, mark it in your calendars, third weekend in August, August 19th, 20th, and 21st. We are returning to beautiful Main Street in Unionville, and we want you there. So again, third weekend in August, 19th, 20th, and 21st for the 25th anniversary edition of the TD Markham Jazz Festival. And again, you can find out all the information about it at markhamjazzfestival.com.
We're going through challenging times, but we know music has an incredible capacity to unite us. Music helps us grow, learn about ourselves, and connect with others. Music also helps open doors to a more inclusive tomorrow and amplify voices that aren't always heard. That's why we support Canadian music with a focus through the TD Ready commitment on arts and cultural experiences that bring people together and break down barriers, even when we're apart.
This year's performances for the TD Markham Jazz Festival were recorded in various areas throughout the spring and summer. Those areas included the garden of the Mackay Art House in Unionville, site of the festival's usual spot for the wine and beer garden. We were also at the new Porsche Centre in Markham, big thanks to our sponsors, the Pfaff Auto Group, and at the restored Biltmore Theatre in downtown Oshawa.
Dreaming to wake up next to you every morning, a kiss out of the blue. I've been waiting for belonging. Ooh, ooh, now I'm home.
One of the things we're very happy to do here at this year's Jazz Festival is to let you know about some of the artists that are part of the scene. We're doing that right now in a co-presentation between the TD Markham Jazz Festival and Industry Tactics podcast, created and hosted by Friendly Rich. Right now, he is speaking with saxophonist Elena Capellaris.
Elena Capellaris, welcome to Industry Tactics.
Hello. Thanks for having me.
Yeah, Jazz Tactics. Have you practiced Jazz Tactics? Have you read the book on jazz?
I have not. I'm not an official member.
Shit. No, bullshit. Bullshit. You are. Yes, you are. You haven't read Jazz Tactics?
I haven't actually. No.
Okay. All right.
I've
Well,
seen
welcome.
it, but...
Me too. Me too. Welcome to Industry Tactics. It's an honor to have you on.
Oh, thank you. It's so cool to be here.
How do you feel today?
Good. I was saying a minute ago that I'm feeling slightly nervous. It's funny how little I've had to interact with people. And this week, all of a sudden, I have this and a recording session coming up, and I
can recording
feel
session
it.
in a studio, like masked.
Yeah.
How do you play the saxophone masked?
I'm not masked. I'm in a booth by myself, and there will be only the engineer and the artist. So just the three of us there.
Great. That's awesome to hear. I'm delighted to hear that we're getting back into it. Would that be your first time in the studio since like when?
Yeah. Oh gosh, 2019.
Bonkers. Wow. Yeah. Oh my God. I'm happy to hear it. I am happy to hear it. Delighted. But yeah, interacting is hard. I know. And, but I don't know. You've been on my list. I've been wanting to chat with you for a while, so this is a delight for me. And just to get to know a little more of like your musical upbringing,
Mhm.
how you fell in love with making music, and the whole thing, the whole journey. So where should we begin?
Oh gosh.
What's your hometown? What's your hometown?
Yeah, Sudbury. There you
Oh
go.
shit!
From the north.
How did that shape who you are?
Uh, you know what? There's actually a relatively supportive and thriving scene happening there.
Hmm.
So there were a lot of people that would let us sit in on gigs, and I played with the university band while I was in high school.
Oh
And
wow. Wow.
there were a lot of people like Don Scott and Rob Pillanen and
Right on.
the Freeman brothers, and a lot of people that were there at the same time as me.
Oh wow.
Uh,
Wow.
yeah, yeah. So more
That's
people than you
great.
think are from up there.
Yeah. And what's
Yeah,
the university that was up there? Laurentian.
Laurentian University. Yeah, yeah.
Did you go to Laurentian?
No,
No.
I didn't. They needed a
Okay.
lead alto player, and they
And so
were
you got
nice
in.
enough to.
You got the best of both worlds. You didn't have to pay that Laurentian tuition, but you got
Yeah,
the Laurentian education in
or
a
just
way.
yeah, in a way, yeah.
In a
Got to
way,
hang
right?
with those people and
Yeah.
be around players older than me that you know.
You were a jazzer from like early days, like high school or what? Like,
I I started playing saxophone a little bit late. Like I had it in grade 7 or 8, and then I stopped.
okay,
And a band director came into our high school who was very aggressive about jazz, and I happened to really latch onto it and love it. I didn't really grow up with it, so
okay.
I was late coming to it. But I like so many kinds of music
Hmm.
that it's hard for me to label myself a jazzer, even though those are the
No.
situations I'm in most of the time.
Okay. That's
Yeah.
cool. Yeah. Good, good. So you've got the yeah, it was weird of me to label you as a jazzer, actually.
It seems to be the circles I'm in for the most part. So
Yeah.
most people see more of that
Yeah.
than, you know, I don't
What
talk a lot about the other things I really love. So
let's talk about them. Let's get into them. Like what else are you apart from it? I mean, you have a jazz. You definitely have jazz in your menu, in your upbringing, right?
oh,
Like it's yeah.
not in my upbringing, because my
Well,
parents are not,
sorry, I meant like yeah.
but
Not maybe not. Okay, yes.
in my cutting my teeth early years.
That's what I meant. Yeah.
Yeah, definitely. That was the biggest influence. And the instrument I gravitate toward lends
Mhm.
itself
Mhm.
to that,
Mhm.
you know. And so the people that you look to as mentors and masters and how to get the best you can get at your craft,
Mhm.
for me, are all in that, you know, like Black American, that tradition, you know,
Mhm.
those are the players that I gravitate towards. So
Okay.
that's what I'm going to have in my ear and want to be learning.
Yeah.
So yeah, that was the root of what I listen to is jazz for the most part.
What
Uh,
else are you though?
I
Or what
am
else do you have?
slightly,
Do you in your diet? Yeah.
yeah, I'm quite obsessed with Bjork. I've
Okay.
loved her for my whole entire life. That's
Okay.
that I've known her
Yeah.
music,
Yeah.
Sugar Cubes, and all of that kind of stuff.
Right on. Right on.
And I'm a huge fan of Mr. Bungle and
Right
Mike
on.
Patton and
Yeah.
Secret Chiefs, and
Right.
uh,
Right.
I love your stuff, Rich. I'm telling you.
Oh, they
Every
yes.
time you guys would rehearse in the basement, I would be like, "Oh gosh."
The podcast is over. Thank you very much. Randy Bachman signing off. Well done, Elena. We barely got 12 minutes in.
I was
waiting
getting
for
tired,
it.
so it's okay.
Well
I
done.
love you.
Yeah.
Bye.
No, it's been a pleasure.
No.
So, but you are into the weirder
Um,
shit, eh? When did you
and metal,
take it? Yeah, metal.
Meshuggah, things like
Yeah,
that. Yeah.
yeah. So you go all over the map with this.
Mm.
Love it. Love it. What do you think? I don't know. Where does that come from? Like, how is that just whatever resonates? You go with, I guess, right? You can't really force that, but can
Yeah, I
you?
think.
Yeah. When did you start noticing that was like in you in terms of like how you love music or all the different genres, all of that?
I think for a lot of things that I listen to, there's a certain feeling that it gives me, and it's multifaceted because it's so many different styles, but there's still this one feeling of like it feels big, like when you're on a mountaintop or like looking over a ocean or like an expanse kind of feeling.
Yeah.
And all of those bands, I find all of those musicians make me feel that way. Like Abby Lincoln, Elvin Jones, Mr. Bungle, Bjork, or it's this all-encompassing sound. So I think
that's great. That's great. I mean, I love it. I love your outlook on music and how you come to it. So you were in high school. How was high school for you? Was it like, what was Sudbury like? How was it like for you in general?
It was pretty great.
Apart from punching up because you were like playing with the university band and all of that, like it was a good experience for you overall though?
It was a good experience. We had a jazz band that toured the country a lot and won Jazz Report Awards and all of these, super competitive band director. But
amazing. Well, let's go to 2010
okay.
and your record Introduction. And let's hear it. Let's set up a track from that stage in your career where you were at around then.
Am I pulling it up right now?
No.
Oh, okay, I see. Sorry about that.
It's all good. Sorry. Yeah, like set up a tune if you can for us of like what you would want us to play from that.
Oh gosh,
from that recording and maybe a memory from being back then or like recording it or where you were at as an artist, anything.
There are so many things about that recording that are super special to me, even though it's just a recording of standard tunes that I happen to love. I still do a lot of them because I really love those songs. So there's not a lot of compositional things happening that represent me, but there's a lot about the people that are really important to me on that album. One of the main people being someone we have in common, Mr. Tom Uhash. So that whole album came about because the two of us would play a lot at home. I was renting a room in their house. And we also did a lot of duo gigs. And so we got into this space where we got used to that emptiness and playing just together and came up with a lot of these arrangements.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, so it's hard. A lot of the work is Tom and I. And then some of it, Pat LaBarbera, who is the most influential saxophonist in my life.
Right on.
On some tracks. And Brandy Dister-Heft on bass.
Wow.
Yeah, it was a great recording. And I had a best friend that was an engineer at CBC, so we got to record it there on my birthday. Everything about it was wonderful.
Oh my God, there you are. Let's hear, what do you want to set up? What do you want to play?
Geez, let's think. Do you want to hear something with just Tom and I or with the whole quartet?
Let's hear the whole quartet.
Okay, and then there's one called That's All, which features Pat LaBarbera and I trading off the top. And then going into some solos. I'm singing as well.
Okay, here it comes now. That's All from the 2010 recording Introduction, Elena Capillaris.
I can only give you love that lasts forever, and a promise to be near each time you call. The only heart I own is for you and you alone. That's all, that's all. I can only give you country walks in springtime, and a hand to hold when leaves begin to fall. A love whose burning light will warm the winter night. That's all, that's all. Now there are those, I am sure they have told you, that they would give you the world for a toy. All I have are these arms to enfold you, and a lifetime can never destroy. If you're wondering what I'm asking in return, dear, you'll be glad to know that my demands are small. Say it's me that you'll adore for now and evermore, that's all. Give you love that lasts forever and a promise to be near each time you call. The only heart I own is for you and you alone, that's all. That's all. I can only give you country walks in springtime and a hand to hold when leaves begin to fall. A love whose burning light will warm the winter night, that's all. That's all. There are those, I am sure they have told you that they would give you the world for a toy. All I have are these arms to enfold you, and a lifetime can never destroy. If you're wondering what I'm asking in return, dear, you'll be glad to know that my demands are small. Say it's me that you'll adore for now and evermore, that's all. That's all.
Yeah, that's beautiful. So you recorded that at the CBC?
Yeah.
At the Glenn Gould studio in Toronto?
In the, what is it, like the Room 2 studio?
Oh yeah, okay.
What it's called? It's like a smaller.
Got it.
Yeah,
wow,
yeah,
what a dream. That's a treat.
It was, yeah. We had to do everything later in the day and mix and master
neat.
After hours, but
great.
it was really fun. Yeah.
Great. Wow. Is that your first release?
Yes.
Or no? It is.
Yeah.
So you come out of high school, you go to Humber, you move to Toronto. Is that kind of what the?
Yeah.
And you knew you wanted to do that, like while you were finishing high school, like it was getting more clear to you by the year, or what?
I think, it's funny. Wanting to be a musician has been since I was really little. Like I have a lot of hilarious stories about things I used to make my teachers let me do in front of the class, and yeah. Anyway, but we can get into that after. But yeah, I didn't really have any doubts. Like I had a scholarship in sciences at Queen's University, And I was like, no, I'm going to play the saxophone.
Right
You
on,
know,
right
I was
on.
always pretty sure
Yeah.
that this is what I wanted, even the
Oh,
times
wow.
when it's hard. But
Yeah. That's important. That's important. So some of your early teachers, did they instill that in you, that it's going to be a tough climb at times in jazz and in general and in music, right? It doesn't matter what the genre, really, right?
I think once I got to college, I
Yeah.
got a better perspective of that. Yeah. Pat LaBarbera is such a great teacher, really like a realist about
Yeah.
it. And
Yeah.
yeah, it's,
What did you learn from Pat? What were some of the things that you carry with you
oh
to
gosh,
this day?
yeah, everything.
That sounds like he was very influential.
He is. He was almost like a second father to me when I came here. He
Wow.
actually has the same birthday as my dad, and there's this
Oh, shit.
unapproachable part of his personality that's not real, because he's of course the kindest, most approachable person.
Right.
But for some reason I didn't have any troubles with it because I was used to growing up with someone like that.
Okay.
So I would, sit outside his door and wait for him
Yeah.
to come out and just be like,
Yeah.
hey, can you tell
Yeah.
me about blah blah blah? So
Yeah.
and he was always really kind. And
Oh. Yeah.
he
Nice.
still is. I asked about Brazilian records the other day on Facebook, just asking people for recommendations.
Mm-hmm.
And then he transferred at least, I don't know, there must be 80, 90 different records.
Wow.
Of all this Brazilian stuff from 60s all the way through.
Oh, man.
And all the charts for everything. So it's just been like, it's been that kind of.
What a gift.
So giving,
What a gift. Yeah. Wow.
But for him, I think he just instilled that if I do the work, then I'll get to where I'm going. So if I'm feeling frustrated about that, I'm not where I want to be, it's because I didn't do the work.
Wow.
Yeah,
I like that. And that's really special that you got to share your first recording with him.
Oh yeah, the first tune we played together was a ballad. I think it's the first tune on the record, and we had to do a retake because I was singing, and he played the intro, and I was just in awe, like, of that sound being right, and I know it so well, and now this is my thing, and he's, it was very exciting.
Yeah. Wow. Oh, how beautiful.
It was.
Yeah, check that out, gentle listeners. The entire record, 2010 Elena Polaris. It's on Spotify. Where else can people find your work online? What are some of the best avenues to get to you?
I think it's on iTunes. You can buy it on iTunes.
Yeah.
CD Baby. I have to transfer everything over to Bandcamp soon. I haven't done that. I've heard that that's a good platform, but
sure.
CD Baby is where you can get the physical copies. Okay,
cool. Yeah. So it was good, like going to Humber. How did that open things up for you? Who else did you start associating with? I assume also moving from Sudbury to Toronto was like a very great moment in your life too.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Getting out of there and being able to. It's funny actually because I came
getting out of there.
No, I love Sudbury, so no, that's no offense, but
okay.
When you're a teenager, I miss things about it now. But when you're a kid,
yeah.
But the first year I was here was very exciting. I remember I came early to settle into my apartment, and I had been rejected for OSAP, so I had to get a student bank loan. And so I got the bank loan and came to set up my apartment, and then got a phone call saying I was approved for OSAP because they made a mistake.
All right.
So all of a sudden,
party time.
Well, I went to the Royal York for a week by myself.
What? Just to live it up?
Yeah, I just lived it up. I was like, this isn't going to happen again.
This is the greatest story. So
because I know what I'm getting into, right? Like as far as a lifestyle goes, I won't have money very often, maybe.
This
So
is so you're a Shay person. So what happens? So you get this gift of money. I'm living life all wrong, man. I've never done this. So you get this lump sum. You're like, I know it's gonna be an uphill climb here
Mhm.
in my
Going to the
career
Royal
in
York
music.
for a week.
What the fuck? That is an
I wa-
amazing move.
I watched movies. I got room service, and it was
Damn.
wonderful. And I
Now,
haven't been able to do that since.
apparently those rooms are kind of not the best, at the Royal York. They're like not like, are they? Was it as regal as you thought it was going to be?
It wasn't as fancy as I thought it would be, but again, I'm coming from Sudbury too, and I
So
don't have
you're
a lot
good.
of it, so it's beautiful, and I get flowers every day with room service. So there were things that
This is great.
made it extravagant for me at that age. Yeah.
Thank you for sharing. I like these little windows of like, and one day we got to get back to that, right? Like it's got to be like, okay, I'm going to do another week at the Royal York just to feel it,
Yeah, I
That's
haven't
great.
done anything like that since then.
Oh, that's bold. I love it. I love it. So when did you move into the jazz house? Because that Uhas Jazz House on Foxley
Mhm.
was a special place, and it was always nice to get to know you through that. You would always be like hanging out,
being like, I
Yeah.
love you guys, because I loved that band so much.
Man, my only regret is like not playing with you. We got to do that again. We got to relive that as well. And
I would be so into that.
holy shit!
I was always counting the day when someone wouldn't be able to make it, and I was like, come
amazing. Oh, it's gonna happen, Elena. It's gonna happen. So when did you move into the jazz house? Was that during your Humber years?
Or
after?
I lived with them afterwards. But
were they at Humber while you were at Humber? Was
Sly was, and he
okay.
He actually I don't know if this is personal or not, but like he actually
Here we go.
dated my sister for a while.
While
we
wow.
were at Humber. So we became close like family.
Okay.
Because I think it was
cool.
And then after that didn't change, and I Sly and Tom are really the most special people to me that I've met through all of this. They're like family.
Oh.
Yeah. They're gonna cry.
I know, like gentle listeners, if you can't hear it in her voice, I could see it in her face. Let me tell you.
Oh, Elena's getting,
God damn, Elena's getting emotional here. I'm getting a little emotional myself. No, they are like family.
Yeah.
And that's for sure. They are very special. Do you miss that time? Do you miss those guys, or are you still very much in touch with them? Just they're a little farther away now.
Yeah, before COVID happened, I mean, I message Tom sometimes, but before COVID happened, I would get together to hang out often enough, with just him and Joan to go to the Dakota and just sit in and play or hang, or so. I still get to see him. Sly, I haven't seen.
Yeah.
So,
yeah.
But
I'm gonna see Sly.
I can't wait.
I'm gonna see Sly tomorrow morning.
Oh, really?
Just for like fun, just to catch
Zoom.
up. I miss those guys. I mean, it's like it was a time. It was certainly a beautiful time when they were in the city. But I'm happy for them where they are right now, for sure.
Yeah, but that house was definitely the best part of my life. Yeah,
that's great.
It was like
that's great.
I like my life. I'm not complaining about it now, but that was the best.
Yeah. I imagine. I was like, man, I'd love to live in this house. I imagine it would just do things for me musically. Like, did it do things for you musically just to be like in that environment all the time of like, I've never lived in a jazz house. It seemed like that was like, okay, we're doing this. This is going to be like, you probably got tons of stories.
And it's Johnny Meyer too with us.
Fucking Johnny Meyer in the corner. Wow.
Yeah, exactly.
Amazing.
It did, because they always sound beautiful and great, even because it was never a nuisance to have that sound all the time.
Right. The
and
perfect tenant.
Both have such different personalities that there's so much to learn from each. Like Sly is so disciplined.
Yeah.
I remember you could hear him downstairs playing a quarter note for an hour.
Yeah.
And so you absorb, like, why does someone do that?
Yeah.
Should I do that?
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
yeah.
I've never done that. Like I've tried to make time for the paradiddling and the like, yeah, like his obsession, it runs deep, eh?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
There's a lot of, and then Tom's more fun loving and like crazy. So there's
Yeah.
just a lot to learn from them. Yeah.
Yeah. What a musical family. The Uhas brothers and sister,
Yeah.
the entire family, very, very artistic.
Yeah.
Oh, that's great. That's great to hear. It was nice to see you get emotional there. So you, yeah, you obviously met all like Sly and others in college at Humber College.
Yeah, Sly,
Um,
Brandy.
wow, and so how did, obviously it shaped you as a musician. Now coming out of it, like what did it, you said Pat was very realistic when it came to setting you up as being the musician who you are today, developing your career. Like, how has that been since you've graduated from Humber? What are some of the journeys it's taken you on? And I'll finish with, where do you want to go?
Oh, geez. When I left school, it actually took me a while to figure out, like, oh gosh, what do I do now?
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
A long time of that.
Did you, was that hard on you? Like that whole fucking journey, like that whole, now what?
It is, because I mean, I'm lucky with the people we're talking about, those musicians that they're also giving and kind and masterful, but that's not the feeling you get everywhere you go when you try to play this kind of music, right?
Yeah.
When you get up on a stage and get vibed out by 50 people because they want their turn, or you know what I mean? So there's a lot of ego pounding when you get out, that you have to sort of get over yourself and figure out who you are, so that you can be comfortable finding your voice and not worrying about what.
That's beautiful.
And that takes me a long time, because I'm quite sensitive, as you can tell from mentioning someone's name and I start crying.
Oh, that's great. I love you. I love you. And so no, that I like that. I really do. And has it been part of your process to shed ego, or that's not really what you're talking about, or is it?
That this lately, during this time, that all of this quarantine stuff and everything I've been writing, and the concept for the record that I want to put out, has a lot to do with that. In the context of some other things.
Yep.
Like, do you know that, I don't know if this is just an idea I have in my head, and it may not relate to anyone, and it might be completely wrong. But I feel like there's a time period in your life when you're a child, before your ego's formed, because of confusion or betrayal or hurt, or like those moments that make you like, oh, I have to be an adult now. But there's a time when you feel really good about yourself, and you're just happy being you, and you're so open to everything. And it's like that expanse feeling I was telling you before, which is probably why I'm drawn to that feeling. And then there's a moment in your life where, at least for me, where all of a sudden that changes, and you're slapped into this reality that society is saying is the reality of life. Grow up, here's your life. This is how it really is out there. So you go through this process of like struggles, and seeing how other people grasp that and live with it. And and then at some point, when you're coming out of it and trying to get over your ego, I feel like I have to find that feeling that I had way back then, and be that person I was back then, because that person's still you. But then can you do that knowing everything?
Yeah. That's interesting to me. Like, I hear a lot about this, about like trying to get back to the thing that got you into it in the first place. Trying to get back to that core kind of like sentiment about, or like, you know, who you were.
Yeah,
I
just
don't,
that
I don't know if that,
innocence of
yeah, but I don't know if that's possible. I think that might be striving for something that simply can't be had again. It's like, sure, like you think that's possible? You think it's possible? I get
I'm an
why you'd want to.
optimist.
Yeah, I want to. But I don't know if like, yeah, because you're striving for like, you're the car's going this way, right? It's like, and you're in a way. I don't know. It is a weird thing to try to tap into. I don't get me wrong.
Oh,
I feel
but
like
that's
I've tried to fight and preserve for like why I love music and what music is to me
right.
and what I stand for with it. But I get like because that's pure, that like the you back then was like,
Yeah, and even before music. I mean, I guess that wasn't before
Oh,
music because
okay.
I used to perform concerts for my class, and I
This
never
is
got
going
paid.
back to
Yeah, when I was grade
those
1, grade 2,
these early stories you were
I would
mentioning. Yeah.
bring an actual boombox to school
Oh shit.
and have a whole dance routine. It was always Michael Jackson, and
Yeah, you got to get back to that then. I take it all back. You got to get back to all that. That's
but
amazing.
it just seems like that kid
Yeah.
was nice and didn't care, didn't
Yeah,
have a big
yeah.
ego, didn't want attention,
Oh, I
just wanted
see.
to like spread this
Thanks. This joy, this love
joy.
of.
Yeah,
Okay,
exactly.
I'm down. I'm down. I'm down
That's
for all
gotta
that.
be something you can tap into again. It has
Okay.
to be.
Okay.
I
Yeah.
hope.
Oh yeah. Yeah. Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
And it didn't
So,
take much, did it? It was just like, you know what I mean? Like it didn't take any education. It didn't take any, like you were innocent and you had something. You
yeah,
still made music. You still performed it.
right.
That's good. That's good. I'll buy all that. I just didn't want to, I was trying to drill down on, like, I wasn't sure if you were like striving to be someone you couldn't be, because it's just like that person is back there. But no, I get where you're going with that. So thanks.
Yeah, but your side of it too I mean, some of the, in these new tunes that I'm writing, there's a lot of that conflict, because there is a sense of like, with knowing everything you know and knowing what's out in the world, like can you be that innocence if you don't have complete innocence?
I like it.
You know?
I like it. I like it. I think, and what's also interesting about that is you now are able to capture and communicate the beauty of who you were back then through the wisdom that you have acquired now, being on the journey that you've been on. Like there's like, you can only be you now to properly convey who you were back then, which is still
right?
you. Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So it's like that continuous infinity circle, you know.
Fuck.
Like a loop.
Holy shit. Time travel with Elena
You're
Capillaris.
stuck in a loop with me now.
I'm down. I like this. I like this. Like it's I've found this a lot, like listening to recordings I made like 20 years ago. It's like, wow, that weirdo is somewhere in here. And it's just like, I've always said this about recording, that you can never go back and make that recording again. It had to be made then. So it is really interesting though to go back to some of those early ways that you made things too. Like your early creative process was much rawer, or it was just like it just had this, like, you know what I mean? Your energy back then was just like what you're saying, a boombox, and like you're in grade 2 and you're just doing it. Where do you want to go that you have yet to be with your music career? Where do you want to push it?
Oh, I think I've been a side person, which I love a lot, for a very long time, but I want to focus on getting myself as a leader out a little bit more. I just feel this need to like make people feel loved and wanted.
Oh wow.
And seen, and do you know what I mean? It's a weird. I don't know if music can do that, but
Come on.
I feel like it can. And
yeah, absolutely.
I just have a need to give a little bit of that. So.
And that would be with your quartet or your quintet as a starting point coming out of this?
I'm hoping so. Yeah. And the writing is a little more modern. It's not like old. It's not just straight ahead jazz, you know.
Who's in that quintet?
Mark Micklethwaite on drums.
Oh wow.
And Jeremy on piano, and Lauren Falls on bass.
Wow.
And Kevin Turcotte on trumpet.
That's a band.
It's a great band.
Have you recorded yet or no?
No, not with them. No.
Okay.
Everything was. I had a bunch of. Oh, sorry. I don't mean to make this longer. I had
Go.
a bunch of. I always get a lot of last minute calls for the Rex. Like, can you do a month? Which I love, and I always say yes because I don't want it to stop.
Cool.
But it means that I have to call a lot of last minute subs in for things.
Okay.
So I had a lot of time where I got to play with a lot of different people in a lot of different settings and suss out how I feel with people. And even though I love everybody,
that's great.
This group has been like the people that I feel the most like I can just be myself.
Cool. Really, that's really important. And I love the way you got there. How important are venues like the Rex in your life, especially now that they've not been as there as present lately?
I think the Rex in particular is special as far as a jazz club goes or a music venue. It feels like a second home to me because the moment I got here when I was 18, like, what did we do?
Yeah.
It's like Sly, Brandy, Lila, let's all go to the Rex. Do you know what I mean?
There you go.
We've grown up in that place, and it's a long time, and they're so supportive. They're just so special. Really, so I can't wait to get back into there.
Right on, Elena. Well, stay great. Look for Elena Capillaris on Instagram. That's where you'll see a good glimpse of these duet projects that she's been developing recently online. And what do you want to go out on? Let's play a tune. Let's play another tune.
Oh, another one.
Yeah, anything from the well. Even doesn't have to be like one of the duets. Could be anything that you feel that you have access to that you can email me.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to think of. Are you okay with a ballad?
No, there's a no ballad policy here on Industry Tactics, of course.
I mean, there are no ballad policies in places, right? So,
yeah, right.
Yeah,
that's hilarious.
Maybe let's go back to the original recording, and we'll just go out on a duo with Tom. So just Tom and I, and playing The Nearness of You.
There it is. Thank you for sharing, Elena. This has been a real treat.
Oh, it's been great. Thank you for having me here. It's nice to see you.
I've been dreaming to wake up next to you every morning. A kiss out of the blue. I've been waiting for
Self-described mad composer, Friendly Rich turns his avant-jazz beat poetry aesthetic to a unique project called the Henson Suite. He's working with performance partner Corey McCallum and a chorus of musicians. This puppet-fueled opus really defies description. So let's stop describing it and let you hear it. As part of this year's TD Markham Jazz Festival, here is the Henson Suite.
An ode to Jim Henson. Allow me to introduce the Peel Sticker 3. Bruce, Karn, Leland, Jeff, Tomasz, Corey. We begin with selection number 1, See Same Street.
Grover. Grover, Grover, thin and blue. What might you hold dear? Memories of loved ones who'd put shells up to their ears? Knickknacks or just doodads from some folks you rarely see. And now it's over, Grover. Do you ever think of me? Your super days are long past gone. Your cape is torn and tattered. Your helmet wrecked and rusty. And your dreams of flying shattered. Your fur is getting matted, and there's gray there in the blue. It's been some time since we last spoke. I barely think of you. Oscar Grouchy Green, have you any regrets? You screamed some things you cannot mean. I doubt you paid your debts. Slimy moved out moons ago. He left a trail of tears. The garbage man has come and gone, and we've not talked in years. Your can is dull and dented, and the stoop beyond repair. I long thought you demented, but now you're hardly even there. Your mane is balding badly, lots of gray now in the green. It's been a while, but do you ever wonder how I've been? Birdie, like the sun, you must sometimes just rest and tuck yourself away alone in some undisclosed nest. Your back must be near broken from the weight of a life too tall. You loomed so large for ages, and now you barely loom at all. Your feet must ache from walking, since I've never seen you fly. Your throat so hoarse from talking that you're quiet when you cry. Your plumage is appalling. Plenty skin seen through the yellow. It's been too long and wrong of both of us to not say hello. Cookie, cookie, once so round, just like your favorite snack? Do you e'er dream of leaving town and never coming back? A journey to them Keebler trees to live life like a gnome and nibble off contentedly inside your leafy home. Your sugar levels off the charts. Your weight too much to carry. The palpitations of your heart grow constant now and scary. You're well past diabetic. Hardly toes left on your feet. I can't promise you I won't break down. Should e'er again we meet. Braun and brown, why are you so glum? You shuffle here and shuffle there, so slow and sad, my chum. Your dreads, they sweep the sidewalk, and there's tears there for you to mop. The street so clean with life so mean. You pray each day it stop. The grown-ups don't believe in you. And now I'm getting old. The life is fair or it's okay. The lies we all get told. It's vicious, Aloysius. The forecast looking glum. I wish you cared enough for us to wash or comb or trim. Elmo, what's your deal? You got more gold than God. And still you, baby, talk all day. And naked too, that's odd. With Clash out of the picture, for some things you must have seen. I wonder how you sleep at nights on piles of bills so green. Tickle, tickle, hee, hee, hee. You sold out at every turn. La 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 la, la 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 la. You diddle while we burn. Middle-aged and stunted, with a past built for regrets. Your lidless eyes not built for tears. so you've not shed one yet. Count, Von, count. You don't amount to naught now. You squandered all the wonders on a yacht now. That boat was filled with 50 rats and cracks and mold and flaws, and now hugs earth and is not worth one pile of You counted on us being there, but we all moved away. You counted on it being nights, but half of day is day. You counted on us needing math, bad accents and guffaws. These numbers don't add up for folks with only The street is filled with detritus. The alley's ripe with junk. The sidewalk now beyond repair. The park ruled by some punk. The flashy hues of days gone by, now huddling in the wings. Their fabric thin and dusty, like most old, forgotten things. And see, same street is everywhere. In every neighborhood, as jealousy and greenest green infects the greater good. These avenues that once were gold, now rusty, worn, and bare. We hope we can find someone to tell us how to get back there.
Bertram, in earnest, in earnest. Bertram, born grumpy, was a yellow belly, yellow elbows, yellow knees a-knockin'. Yellow from the top of his pointy head to the bottoms of his pigeon dancing toes. Pigeon. Life isn't easy for those born grumpy. And it's a mite bit harder for those born yellow. Seesaws and swing sets loom dark in the corner of near every park. Tricycles flying on on sidewalks like suicide machines. Baseballs hurled like abuse. Thick-skinned boys. Thick-skinned boys. Born grumpy. And yellow might just be able to make it. Bertram, born grumpy and yellow, was a soft and felty fellow. And damn if he never stood a chance. Bertram, born grumpy, knew he grew to hate the other children. Despising their daring, he found their ease egregious, loathed their laughter, and couldn't abide their abandon, reckless as it was. He found himself shying away from the haphazard hopscotchers and dangerous double-dutchers, and made himself a haven on the far-flung benches that lined the school fences. 'Twas there he begged solace, temporary and fickle, granted by the gluttonous fowl, that he fed from the pockets of his never-cool trousers. Their wings' tips brush o'er his wingtips, with their beaks and bellies quickly full from his scattered tokens of crumbled friendship. Bertram, born grumpy, grew to hate himself. He despised his deceits, rolled his eyes at his isolation, cursed his own curiosity. He detested his need for detachment, mourned his own misery as the answers sprinted by on legs growing muscular, shins growing thicker, chins growing whiskers, blank slates blooming personalities, self-harm, self-abuse, and self-hatred sleep realities. Rest was fitful and terrifying. Rest was fitful and terrifying. Bertram, born grumpy, first saw Ernest eating an ice cream cone. It was the most beautiful sight he'd ever seen. Orange and black and blue and green and all the colors in between. He did not know what this could mean, this roly-poly lad, not lean, licking pralines and cream and talking to a banana. Bertram, born grumpy, felt the earth move underneath his pigeon dancing feet. Bertram, born grumpy, began to love Ernest. of the circus had never worked at a single thing in his entire life. He laughed and sang and shirked. He was round and well-rounded and needed to be found around the playground. From pillar to post, from coast to coast, the children would boast that he was the most. He was the bread and the toast, the dad, son, and ghost, the hilarious host, the spuds and the roast. Hated by none, loved by many, flying as a dime, and could shine like a penny as Bertram born Grumpy began to rust. Sparks flew as sparks do, and soon the two ones were 1, 2, and ones are wont to do, and once you wanted to be you winsome or handsome or ugly as sin. One demands some as ransom for letting two in. That's L-O-V-E, 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 love. Years passed, and so did Mr. Hooper. And Bertram, in earnest, thought that, well, what do you do? Life can be super, even super duper, and that same street grew to know light and lovely steps of the grumpy man with the pigeon dancing feet. Years passed, and eventually so did Ernest, and to the very end. 'Twas a merry end, with Bertram born grumpy, caressing his barely orange and hairless head, uncomfortably fine in the crack of their bed, their pushed-together bed, helping his love dial and say goodbye to all of their friends on an ancient and barely yellow banana. And Bertram, born grumpy, learned to long. Years passed, and Bertram, born grumpy, passed too, because everyone has to, though nobody asked you. And his fine hat fit perfect, though askew. And Bertram, born grumpy, died complete up through the air. That was so sweet. Up in earnest. Up in earnest. To
grip on permits to keep hermits. They'd never, ever gotten busted for vagrancy. His charming sermons on varmints and vermins kept all the Shermans squirming, who couldn't be trusted with clemency. Scooter was like a computer, a real straight shooter. He allowed no showtime vacancy. Didn't look like a duder, kinda looked like a neuter, but was a true booty booter and didn't give a hoot for complacency. Gonzo, his real name Alonzo, was a Ponzi schemer, a tonsil-bleeding fable screamer whose chickens all dreamed of the union. His bad suits a crumpled, his mad stunts a fumbled, his jumbo gumbo too plumb full of onion. Now, Piggy figured to be the twiggy of this configgy, getting jiggy and wiggy, dropping tune bombs like Biggie, but in the end much too 2D like Ziggy. Her insidious advances at amphibious romances were just hideous chances to get more glances on the giggy. Now, Fozzie wasn't always very funny. He hated the things he had to do for money to buy his honey some honey. Stuffing cash in a sack like a gunny to buy that nectar so runny and gummy, that liquid gold so sunny. Delivering bad lines so old and punny to bit a beehive in his tummy. Acting all chummy was a calculated cunning. For years he kept it running, sadness shunning but sobbing himself to sleep at night in a cave, playing the knave from cradle to grave. Behaving for that bee gravy. Though he was one of them rural guys who would eventually pluralize, Dr. Tooth, forsooth, he told the truth. Had all the mad notes in his cranial booth. Didn't care if his flair was tactful, never square. Never shared his backpack full of vermouth. Just hit the keys, hit the keys, hit the keys. And painted that tooth gold every night to maintain his mysteries. Rolf always dreamed of playing golf, putting and driving, chipping onto the green, arriving. Tournament wins, making money and thriving. no juking, no jiving. Below par, above the cut, surviving. No kicked balls or trick shot conniving. Just birdies, 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 and high-fiving. Filling his pockets with ducats for some on-the-side deep-sea diving. Pepe the Prawn, he didn't last too long among this hungry throng. No, things went wrong, and soon he was gone, over like the gong, trouble bubbled like a bomb. He got served like ping pong, kicked to the curb like King Kong, and never even got a Swanee sing-song. What a ding-dong. Crazy Harry wasn't crazy at all. He was a sad man. He was not a bad man. Those bombs were just a fad, man. Just hoping for some coping, groping for something other than moping, scoping out opportunities for his quote unquote lunacy. His dopamine discrepancies never questioned. Discretion was a thing he never had, man. This impossible to be glad, man. Just a single dad with a dead hand and a jihad plan. Rizzo weren't no rat, you see, just a scientific catastrophe. A cat, in fact, racked with atrophy, whose brain collapsed eventually. He had no stack, he lacked, you see, the capacity to apostrophe. What a real monstrosity. But he walked free with no animosity. Just a childlike sense of curiosity, which has to be a lot to be. I guess that one has got to be, since life itself is a lot to beat when someone just is not complete. Bunson's boy Beaker was no tongue-in-cheeker, a tweaker. A havoc wreaker, a thrill seeker, a pill-taking, bill-forsaking, will never making, still never standing, chill never being, fill never getting, peak geeker. A weak freak who never made it a week without his beak getting creaked by a bit of that and played for chuckles by suits in gold belt buckles and brass knuckles. Pucker up, sucker, and meet for the back row. Before you're relocated by the beep, beep, beep of the backhoe. The Swedish chef was all bork, bork, bork. A genius with popcorn or pork, pork, pork. The torque, torque, torque of his fork, fork, fork was out of this world like mork, mork, mork. Who, truth be told, was a bit of a dork, dork, dork. Parked in the dark with a cork, cork, corked bottle of wine. The chef would have rather had Chianti. But now that chef rots in a shanty. Somewhere not too fair in New York, York, York. Waldorf and Stadler were feeble and mean. They'd gripe for their green and snipe the whole team. They'd wipe the stage clean with their bile-filled routine, their guile-fueled machine from the balcony scene. Their critiques obscene of the folks they'd never been were over the top like the Queen. And 100% foreseen by an audience keen for the sheen of their terror laid bare. The error there square on the hairs of the bean-counting, share-selling producers and writers, the bruised gooses and fighters who delighted in the nightly unsightly vipers, somewhat hyper-ciphers from these near end-of-lifers, leading the filth like a couple of pipers. Two fake take swipers in dependable diapers. Shame, shame, shame. Shame, shame, shame. Sam was an eagle who'd worked his way up from legal, thought to be loyal like a beagle. Fought to seem royal like a regal. But if you turned your back, boy, he'd boil you in oil like a schmeagle, my precious. An animal sat at the back of it all, providing the boom bap that filled up the hall, with a stench from his maw that would make your skin crawl, and a paw all too tall to avoid that smell sprawl. With his chains and his sticks and his brain's all a mix. He'd take pains just to fix all the strains from the licks of the basses and saxes and Floyd Pepper's axes. For the beat ne'er relaxes, never wanes, always waxes. And the razors he'd hidden had long been forbidden to be in his mitten by the doctor he'd bitten, who never prescribed him a med that could vibe him to drown out the symphony and stop the cacophony. These met his wrists deep last Sunday, and they leaked him by Monday. And they found his corpse stiff by the quarry. With a crayon scrawled note that said, sorry. This This is what you call the Muppet Show.
My tenure mounted to eons. These tables and twinkling neons. An arm of puppetry peons provided pageantry and class. We played from the floor to the rafter, to bellows and blustery laughter. And now, from this dark ever after, I rot with a hand up my ass. My creatures, though foam-filled and fabric, were stuffed to the brim with my magic. And though the curtain call was tragic, we all know that the last bow must come. The frogs and the pigeons were my minions. I ruled over the doll-like dominion. The facts, not just my opinion, I rot with a hand up my bum. The fraggles, the sexies, and gouches brought joy to a cut world without ouches. From the chairs to the floors to the couches, to the folks who laughed long, sipped beer as their children with anticipation would melt at each new felt creation. And now this true switched pelt damnation has got me with a hand up my rear. Oh, the dollars were fine and aplenty, and I oft paid for tea with a 20. I would trade every loony or centy for some fleece and a punchline to share. Yes, I'd trade it for one opportunity to drop with one-liner puns with impunity, for dead puppeteers wield no immunity from the fingers within derriere. Nay, I've never seen the fires ever hellish, and I dare say I'm never over-bellish that these pastures are greener than relish in witness to knock, dark, or heinous. Now the wings here are fine, they are flimsy, and lift me so heavy with a whimsy, they'd need be more clever than clumsy, like the hand that's now shoved my anus. So I sneak out at night like a criminal to the world where my work was once seminal, and I hide in the corners subliminal till the coasts are all clear and I've checked them, though I'd find it substantially easier, much less squeezy and certainly breezier, if the lack back did things sleazier, like the hand that's been packed up my rectum. But there's winners and sometimes there's losers. There's beggars who'd best not be choosers, and afterlife real perusers need not fill said air with beseechers. And though looking in mouths of gift ponies is a game for the greatest jabronis, I've got no feet and no legs and no knees and a huge knuckled hand on my breeches. So I beg you with the merry, since this comeback has done pop my cherry, with a ring set of digits so hairy, they defy science, labels, and classes. Let not the laughs slow like molasses. Let them rouse like your spirits and glasses. For I warn you now, live lads and lasses, for we all have some hands up our asses. The Peel Sticker 3. You got Bruce McKinnon, you got Karen Eng, you got Leland Whitty, you got Jeff Burke, you got Thomas Moffat, you got Corey McCallum. This text was written by Dr. Corey McCallum. Thank you so much to the Markham Jazz Festival for having us. Goodbye.
We hope you're enjoying the music at this year's TD Markham Jazz Festival. Now, if you missed anything, or if there's something you saw and you'd love to see it again, don't worry, you can.
All of the performances will be archived on the festival's YouTube channel. If you just search for TD Markham Jazz Festival on YouTube, you can find it there, or you can find a link at markhamjazzfestival.com.
Your love, I've ever been lifted before. So keep it up, my desire, and I'll be at your side forevermore. You know your love.
Dr. Ferry Porsche, when he actually set out to actually find a vehicle, he couldn't find one that he thought would have been a perfect machine. So he decided to create one. And in my humble opinion, he has. Porsche is a vehicle that is full of excitement, not only just in the actual ownership program, but actually in enjoyment, performance, handling. It's an everyday supercar.
Porsche is special for a lot of reasons. It's an iconic car company. It's the company that your kids are going to know without ever having seen one. It's a car that you see at the track. It's a car that you see on the street. And really everybody wants one.
At Porsche Center Markham, we've done, I feel, a great job hiring a team that is very focused on the customer experience. That's where we feel we'll really be able to stand out.
I always tell everybody a Porsche, end of the day, is a Porsche. It's definitely different than any other brand. I remember when I got my first Porsche, my salesperson told me just to feel this button, click it, and listen to the clicking sound is what makes Porsche different.
We are going through challenging times, but we know that music has an incredible capacity to unite us. Music helps us grow, learn about ourselves, and connect with others. Music can also help open doors to a more inclusive tomorrow and amplify voices that aren't always heard. That's why we support Canadian music, with a focus through the TD Ready commitment on arts and cultural experiences that bring people together and break down barriers, even when we're apart.
With his Juno-winning sextet Turboprop, Toronto-based drummer and composer Ernesto Cervini manages to weave together an incredible landscape of textures and moods, all the while showcasing the talents of the members of his band. Their third album, Abundance, not only made it to the best of lists for many organizations that year, it also won them a Juno Award. We are very, very happy to welcome to the TD Markham Jazz Festival, Turboprop.
Thank you very much. We are Turbo Prop. You're listening to Kelly Jefferson on the tenor saxophone, Tara Davidson on the alto saxophone, William Karn on the trombone, Dan Fortan on the bass, Adrian Ferrugia on the piano, and my name is Ernesto Cervini. Thank you so much. It's a pleasure to be here performing. It's a pleasure to be performing together for the first time in a really long time. And we're playing a whole bunch of brand new music. That first one was a song that I wrote during the pandemic, and it's called Stuck Inside. It was kind of my reflection on being just that, stuck inside for a while. And yeah, and so I wrote that tune. We're going to continue with another one. This is a song that was made popular by a band called Our Lady Peace, a rock band from the 90s, and this is one of their biggest hits. This is called Clumsy. Thank you very much. Awesome. Okay, we're going to continue now with another composition of mine, and this is a song that I wrote called Bella Bella, and it's named after a river in a town called Three Pines, which exists in a series of books written by Louise Penny. And I'm a huge fan of these books, and so I've written some music based on them, and this is one of them. This is called Bella Bella. Thank you very much. Okay, there we go. We're going to continue now with another song that I didn't compose, actually. This was written by a wonderful guitarist based in New York City named Nir Felder. And he's a dear friend, and he wrote this wicked tune called Bandits that I've loved for a long time. And then a month ago, I thought, wouldn't it be nice to play it? And so we're going to do that now. So here we go. This is called Bandits. Thank you very much. That was Bandits. We're going to do a bit of a ballad now. This is a song that I composed entitled The Beautiful Mystery, and it's kind of based on the vibe is kind of like a plain chant, like think monks and stuff like that. Not Thelonious Monk, but monks. And that's the vibe. So here we go. This is The Beautiful Mystery. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. We have one more tune for this afternoon, and before we do that, I want to reintroduce these wonderful musicians to you. This is Kelly Jefferson on the tenor saxophone, Tara Davidson on the alto saxophone, William Karn on the trombone, Adrian Ferrugia on the piano, Dan Fortan on the bass, and my name is Ernesto Cervini. We're Turboprop. Thank you so much. Thank you to Sarah Kim and everybody at the Markham Jazz Festival for making this happen, and we're thrilled to be a part of it. We're going to finish off with a tune of mine. This is a fun little tune called Surprised by Joy.
Havana-born Alexi Baro first picked up the trumpet when he was just a child. By the time he was 19, he was the lead trumpet player for Cuba's National Radio and Television Orchestra. Fortunately for us, in 2001, he moved to Canada. Since then, he has continued to flourish and create a major name for himself. He's played with some of the best, Nicky Yanofsky, David Foster, Michael Bublé, Eladio Duran, Robbie Botosh, and many, many others. And he's released 6 albums, including 2018's JUNO-nominated Sandstorm. Here is Alexi Baro.
much. That was a song entitled Sígueme. And we're going to continue with this one entitled Inner Face. That was Interface. For the next song, we're gonna feature the Grand Papiosco on congas. This was entitled Caminando por la Vida. Caminando por la Vida. Featuring the great Jorge Luis Torres, Papiosco on congas. All right, and from a rumba, we're going into a danzón. Danzón is one of those traditional Cuban rhythms, and from a beautiful, beautiful era. One of those music legacies that Cuba has brought to the world. This is a danzón entitled Paseo por el Prado. That was Paseo por el Prado. We're gonna continue with the first song of my album, Guilty Pleasure. This one is entitled Reencuentro. Awesome. All right, that was Reencuentro. Again, I would like to thank the festival for having us and for the invitation. You know, I know people, except for the crew, we don't have the usual audience that Markham Jazz Festival has, but we have you. And many more of you on the other side. So yes, I would like to thank you on behalf of the entire band, Jeremy Ledbetter, Jose Rodriguez, Papiosco, and I'm Michelle, and my name, Alexis Barro, for having us. It's it's been total blast, and I think what a better way to finish with like a Q1 party kind of thing, Just so we're just gonna have fun, and we're gonna feature actually Mr. Jose Rodriguez on bass, and this one is called "Wake Up Call."
Isn't this music incredible? How lucky are we to be able to share all of this together as a community? And if you love it, we hope you're going to come back for more. All the information on this year's festival and the past festivals and next year's 25th anniversary are at markhamjazzfestival.com. Up next, a chance for you to get to know one of the amazing artists at this year's festival. Some students at the journalism program at Seneca College have been chatting with various artists, and right now, they speak with Jenny Tai.
Jenny Tai didn't let the pandemic hinder her passion for piano. Performing at Markham Jazz Festival, she wants to inspire the same passion for aspiring pianists.
The pandemic has made it really hard to share what you have to offer. I would say the number one thing to do is to work at it every day. Even if you don't feel inspired, I think it's important to sit down behind the piano or your whatever instrument and take the time to write or practice.
Tai's inspiration comes from her love of music and the new joys of her personal life.
Being back on stage felt incredible. The biggest joy I got out of this show was playing with my bandmates and my friends again. We used to gig constantly, and I haven't had the opportunity to play with them, so it felt so good to connect on a musical level with my friends again.
When I come to town, you always come around. I didn't come to inspire. This is I'm gonna light it up.
I spoke to Mark Lemieux, director of Markham Jazz Festival, who spoke highly of Jenny Tai. He says that her talents kept the audience wanting more.
To see Jenny flourish as a vocalist to a point, but also as a musician and a band leader is very, very valuable and valued by ourselves.
Jenny Tai and her bandmates were thrilled to be a part of the Markham Jazz Festival and hope to continue to encourage artists to work every day at their craft. For Markham Jazz Festival, I'm Jenny Maya in Markham.
Jenny Tai is a classically trained pianist who loves to write, sing, and play gritty barrelhouse piano music that is steeped in the blues. Her first full-length album, 2013's Only the Moon, earned her extensive radio airplay, and she's received 3 Maple Blues Award nominations since 2016. Pre-pandemic, she was touring Canada with her latest album, Night on Fire. We are very, very happy to share her music with you right now. This is Jenny Tai.
I'm an evil gal. Don't you mess with me. Don't mess with Jenny. Yes, I'm an evil gal. Don't you mess with me. Don't mess with Jenny. I'm gonna empty your pocket. I'm gonna fill you with misery. You know I'm hungry and I'm thirsty. I got a great big appetite. Keep me satisfied. You better feed me day and night. I'm an evil gal. Nobody's calling me a saint. That good Lord above me, He knows I ain't. I've got men in the east, men in the west. My man on the drums just loves me the best. 'Cause I'm an evil gal. I need an evil man. If you don't believe me, baby, I'm gonna change your mind real fast.
give up loving like a dog gives up a bone, 'cause I'm an evil gal. Maybe, baby, we should just be friends. I'm gonna burn you like a candle. Ooh, I'm gonna burn you from both ends. I want caviar for breakfast, champagne every night. Get me a midnight snack for every man I invite. 'Cause I'm an evil gal. Don't you mess with me.
Oh, don't mess with Jenny.
Oh, goodbye, baby, yeah. I'm gonna set you free. Fortune teller, baby. I don't know what tomorrow's gonna bring. I ain't got no magic ball to shake now. I'm crossing fingers and I'm hoping that you feel the way I do. Ooh, I hope you feel the way I do. Ooh, love like this doesn't exist when you want it the most. Now that we got it, I think we oughta hold on and keep each other close. Do you feel the way I do? Ooh, or do you feel the way I do? Woo-hoo. Thank you so much. Jacob, may I get more piano and vocals in my monitor? Thank you so much. Markham Jazz Fest, thank you so much for having us. This is it's a real treat to be able to play with my band again. That was from my last album called Night on Fire, and this next one is one I wrote during the pandemic, and it's an attempt to draw some parallels between the days maybe 100 years ago and now, which means simpler times. This is called The Olden Days. Do you remember the olden days? Gathered around the piano, gospel family choir. Do you remember the olden days? Do you remember the olden ways? Breaking bread round the table, found your needs in that hour. Do you remember the olden ways? Truth in pen and paper, poets have always known. nothing's new. Truth in pen and paper. Poets have always known that nothing's new. Do you remember the olden age? People fell in love, and hardship fell too. Do you remember the olden age? Do you remember the olden days? Maybe these are the olden days. Thank you so much. I'm going to attempt to get a bit of this Ontario humidity off my face here. Well, I'm from Alberta and it's dry there. I just had a flashback memory of one time playing at the Canmore Folk Fest, and it was so hot, and it was indoors, and it was over capacity. There was probably 500 people in a place that should have had 20, and it was so hot somebody threw a towel on me mid-song, and I was grateful. Anyways, moving on. This is called I've Seen the Bottom. 1, 2, 3, 4. I've been working all night, all day. Stay clear of trouble. Keep my demons at bay. Yes, I've seen the bottom.
Yes, I've seen
for a while. I just love the bottle, yeah. I want it all the time. I've seen the bottom.
Yes, I've seen
the bottom, my friend.
Oh, yes, I've seen it.
And I never thought that I'd see the bottom again. 'Cause I'm burning out. I'm burning out. I'm burning out. 'Cause I'm Thank you so much. Fraser Melvin on that burning guitar solo. Jacob, if there's a little more room for vocals, I would love some. Thank you so much. Okay. This next one goes out to anybody that's watching that's in a long-term relationship. It's called Is There Something on Your Mind? Okay. Ooh, yeah. Did we just turn up the monitor there? Yeah, I wondered, actually. It's okay. I'm doing good. Okay. Is there something on your mind? 'Cause I can see it on your face. Is there something on your mind? 'Cause I can see it on your face. Is there something on your mind? I can see it on your shoulder. Is there something on your mind? It feels a little colder. I've got something to tell you. Yes, I've got something to say to you. I've got something to tell you. Yes, I've got something to say to you. I've never been so scared. I've never been so scared. I've never been so scared. The same things on my mind. Come on, Grace. I've got something to tell you. Yeah, you know that I've got something to say to you. I've got something to tell you. Yes, I've got something to say too. I've never been so same things on my mind. Is there something on your mind? 'Cause I can see it on your face. Is there something on your mind? 'Cause something's about to change. Thank you very much. It's so nice to hear applause. Okay, let's do Take a Picture. This is called Take a Picture. And the gist of it is that it's about people taking pictures. Everybody likes to take photos of moments that are half real. So this is what this song's about. Okay. Okay. Time doesn't care if you're late, doesn't care if you're early, doesn't care if you're killing it or in a hurry. Time doesn't care what brands you wear, doesn't care for your newest car, doesn't care what the numbers on your socials are. Take a picture while you can. These happy times won't last. Freeze the moment before you let it pass. Take a picture while you can. These happy times won't last. Frame the memory that you want to have. Time doesn't care who won the game, doesn't care who lost the bet, doesn't care who's the owner, who's the pet. Time doesn't care how tall your babies grow, doesn't care who broke their vows, doesn't care about us. Anyhow, take a picture while you can. These happy times won't last. Freeze the moment before you let it pass. Take a picture while you can. These happy times won't last. Frame the memory you want to have. The clock keeps twirling while the world keeps on twisting. You're better off loving what's in front of Take a picture while you can. Happy times won't last. Freeze the moment, don't you let it pass. Take a picture while you can. These happy times won't last. No, no. Take a picture, come on. These happy memories. Take a picture while you can. Happy memories. Thank you so much. This is so much fun. Okay. This is a ballad called Come Visit Me. And all you nice people are invited once the pandemic is over. Okay, come visit me tonight. Come visit me tonight. your troubles behind. Let's go swinging in the kitchen, pretending we're in New Orleans. Why don't you come and visit me tonight? When you get to my door, just open it and walk in. There's no need to knock or bring anything. Let's go swimming in the linen, free falling with reckless abandon. When you get to my door, just open it, walk in. Each other, so there's no need to go yonder. Let's go breaking plans we made it, times we didn't know better. Why don't you stay with me longer? Come on and stay with me a little longer. Won't you come and visit me tonight? Thank you very much. How about Alex Furlot on the bass? Pretty darn good. Pretty darn good. Okay, this is a Sister Rosetta Tharpe tune. It's a gospel song. And if you want, you can sing along. And don't be worried. I don't know if the people watching can hear you if you sing out of key. We'll hear you. No, you sing loud. Up above my head, I am music in the air. Up above my head, I am music everywhere. Up above my head, I am music everywhere. I believe there's a heaven somewhere. All in this room, singing everywhere. Yes, We have time for a couple more. Yes? Okay, great. Okay. All right, this is about a blues bar in Edmonton. It's the first bar I heard live blues music at. The bar is called the Commercial Hotel. Well, the hotel is called the Commercial Hotel, and inside the bar is called Blues on White. I have a love affair with this dive, seedy, rule-breaking bar. This is called the Commie Hotel. on the bass, Fraser Melvin on guitar, Sarah Kim, thank you so much for having us, Jacob for the great sound. We got one more tune, yes? Okay, great. Markham Jazz Fest, you're amazing. This has been a crazy big treat to play here. So this is the title track of my latest album. It's called Night on Fire, and it's inspired by being on the road, which I'm excited to get back and do. Also, shout out to my beautiful, my 6-month-old baby during this. This is my first gig with a baby. You're doing great. I was talking to my friend and my baby. All right.
That was Jenny Tai, one of the many artists that we have been so happy to present to you here at this year's 2021 TD Markham Jazz Festival. We're about to wrap things up. Before we do, we want to remind you that next year is the 25th anniversary of the festival, happening on August 19th, 20th, and 21st on Main Street in beautiful Unionville. So we want to make sure you come back and see us for lots more great music. And before we go, it's time to check in with someone who has a lot to do with putting all this together, our artistic director. So here, once again, it is a co-presentation between the TD Markham Jazz Festival and Industry Tactics podcast, created and hosted by Friendly Rich. This time, talking to our artistic director, Sarah Kim Turnbull.
What's your title at the Markham Jazz Festival? Because this is a co-presentation with the Markham Jazz Festival, this podcast episode. Are you you're the artistic director? Did I get it right?
That's right.
How many years have you been at that with Markham Jazz?
This is my 6th year as
6 years.
Director. Yeah.
Wow, what an evolution! And now to help pull the festival through what we've been living through this last 18 months, and a canceled year in between there, and just picking up the pieces from last year. I know how it ends, but what's your or it's not ending, you're continuing, but what's your trajectory been over the last 5 years-ish of running that festival?
Yeah, it's been a really neat exploration, and it's really fun. Like the first thing that comes to mind is that one of the nice things about the Markham Jazz Festival is that it's primarily free. We do
Oh.
one ticketed concert, but otherwise we're funded, of course, by TD Bank, but by the granting bodies and provincial and federal and local, of course, in Markham, and so we're able just to present a lot of stuff, which has been amazing because it's not like I'm thinking about, oh, this needs to sell tickets or we need to make money here. I just get to, it's 3 stages and over the course of 3 days and just present a ton. And it was always, my thinking on it was to be really diverse. And I remember Josh Grossman, I hope he doesn't mind that I'm quoting him, but the artistic director of the Toronto Jazz Festival, saying that, jazz festivals are really about, what is inspired by jazz and what inspires jazz. And I took that really broadly and was like, okay, great. That means we can present just about anything because you can kind of make those correlations to the genre. And that's what we get to do. So I get to present some really, really cool stuff and jazz.
And as your role in artistic director has evolved, have you been in the mix when they go after those funding? Who goes after those funding bodies to keep things sustainable? Is that you as well? Don't say that to you. Okay,
we
good.
have a team, and we've had a really great artistic director for a long time, a woman named Linda Briggs, and now it's a woman named Christy Day has stepped into the role. But those are huge jobs, and basically they go and spend a ton of time writing grants. I know you've done lots of that yourself, and you know how huge they are. And
you called them artistic directors. Did you mean that?
No, sorry, executive.
Executive. Oh, I see. Okay, so it has an executive director. What's her name?
Christy.
I would have met her last week.
You did, yeah.
Okay,
tall, statuesque, beautiful woman.
I'm sorry, I didn't realize Christy was the executive director. Okay, so it's a relatively small team. I also met the president, whose name I should know.
Linda.
Sorry,
that was Linda Briggs.
Linda Briggs. Okay. Oh. So former executive director is now president and member of the board, I guess. That's great. That's nice. Okay, thanks for connecting the dots on all that. So you have Christy and you have Linda, and it's on solid footing there. Pretty sustainable. I love the free model. I love that it's accessible. How did you get to know them? Like, how did you come into that role? Did they ask you one day?
No. Yeah, I suppose yes, they did, but I came about it. I was working with Michael Acapinti before I was an artistic director. I worked for quite a while as a booking agent, and I was booking tours in Canada, and I was booking tours in Europe, and trying to bring bands back and forth. And I was working with Michael Acapinti for a while. And he brought me on and worked under him, and then in his transition, I made the case that they had musicians doing it, and I came at it from I guess the other thing we about me, through the arts management program, and so I was coming at it from an administrative point of view, and so it just worked. It was a kind of a natural next step, and
right, because you did arts management at U of T.
Yeah, with our beloved Professor Stanbridge. Yeah.
Philately. Okay. So that's fantastic. So that this has always been kind of part of your world, what you're passionate about. Did it feel like a coming home in a way? Like have you really been able to exercise a lot of what you've learned in this role as artistic director of Markham Jazz?
Yeah, I think so. I think it's an evolution, and it's a progression, as you're thinking about these ideas, and but it certainly, I guess studying that was just kind of the start of, I knew that I wanted to be presenting the arts. I knew that I wanted to be making art. I wanted to be connecting with people in that way. So it, one thing kind of led to to the next. Like doing booking agent work, God bless booking agents out there. That is tough work, and it's it's hard to do. It was nice to be on the buying side, you know, to be on the other side of the table is kind of a neat thing, and there's a creative freedom in that. You and a responsibility. I've been thinking about kind of arts presentation and what that means, especially as we've kind of gone through this pandemic. But yeah, you know, like having the opportunity to create space and
nice,
you know, and just just hopefully giving voice and, you know, to the artists that are telling us what's going on.
Yeah. And I love where you're at with that. I think like I want to hear more about that. I want to hear more about like some of the thinking that you've had the opportunity of doing in the milk parlor
of jazz.
The milk parlor of jazz. But like I think it's really it's really neat that I didn't correlate those two things of being a booking agent and then being a buyer in the current role that you're in, of like actually seeing it from both ends and what that means, right? Like it just gives you a bit of a bigger picture and appreciation for all of the nonsense. This podcast is industry tactics after all, so you're seeing it from both ends of that weird industry that went dormant and is now kind of coming back out of its hibernation in a lot of ways. So
yeah, and looking so different. I mean, we don't, you know, in so many ways, I don't, you know, it's like this festival is going to be almost entirely virtual, and we're making movies. Like that's not what we do. We put stages and we put people on them, and we you know, set up sound. So it's been a very different experience.
So, you know, I was just thinking about you as I was getting ready for this. Are you done your prep for the August for the festival? Is it now like going into like, are you like, all right, well, there was the artistic direction, now you guys got to deliver it essentially?
Well, we're still in that we have finished all of the recordings. So that part of it's done, which is nice. And now we just have to put it together in some kind of cohesive festival sense. So I'm not doing the physical editing, which is great. We've got a great team doing that, but I'm putting together, you know, the order, and then we've got we've created a bunch of interviews. We've got an MC, and there's you know, the intros are happening, of course, and you know, so there's still a lot of pieces that are coming together, and my guess is we'll be doing it right down to the wire.
Yeah, that's good. That's good. It gives it that festival vibe. But
that's right,
like, you know, all the school we could have possibly gone to would not have prepared us for the last 18 months. And we've seen nothing but new challenges, like the stuff that, you know, no one would have had the guts to predict. It's like, or the creativity or imagination to predict. So how were you? I know we canceled last year outright because everything was really kind of confused, but how I remember getting that call from you saying like, you know, many of us haven't rehearsed with our bands for the last 12 months or whatever it had been. It's like, how do you even think of like, what was your approach to, as you were kind of saying earlier, trying to make space for artists, just listening and enabling? What was your approach coming out of this? Like as things started to thaw a little bit, and knock on wood that it continues to thaw, but
I guess it was just asking those questions. I mean, it became obvious very quickly, as you know, even in our conversation when I called to say, hey, what are you thinking about? Or what, you know, like people's heads just aren't in the same spot that they used to be. And, you know, they've been thinking about different things. What I kept hearing from artists is on one hand, it gave them a huge amount of time to explore and to write music, and to, you know, like friends and musicians that I knew that had been on the road, had been touring constantly, all of a sudden just were at home. And so we're writing music and getting creative and doing different things. So so it kind of came out very quickly that, I mean, we were all living it, you know, everyone was feeling different, and nothing sort of felt like it used to. So it was just interesting to ask those questions, you know, where are you at, and what are you making, and what are you thinking about? And then what's that going to look like on our stage? Because immediately we understood that, okay, it's not as simple as just calling and hiring a band and saying, great, can you come and do this set from this time? Which was so interesting. And to me, it was so much, it was, you know, more interesting than programming festivals in the past to actually.
Interesting.
Interesting. You know, to actually talk to artists about what, you know, what are you thinking about, and how have you existed through this? What has your life been like?
Yeah. And was it, just to like nuts and bolts approach to that question though, did you go back to the artists that you had booked for the prior festival? And was that like your starting point, and then you massaged it from there?
Yeah, many of them, of course. You know, it's like you're always kind of thinking about projects you want to work on, or something you want to do with a band you see or something. So you know, like, I mean, you're a prime example. I've been excited about getting Friendly Rich on a Markham Jazz Fest stage for quite some time. We've talked about different ideas and approached it. So you know, of course, you go back to the drawing board, and you know, all of it is about the relationships and about talking to people, and so that was, you know, I just sort of went back to the conversations that I was having when we were thinking about a real festival, and then just tried to explore conversations with them. You know, some people were just like, no, I just want to book my band. You're like, great, like if that's where you're at, perfect. And then
easy enough, I can understand that, right?
Sure. Yeah. And then other people were much more like, well, you know, here's what I'm making, and I'd love to present this at, you know, you're an example. And Adrian Ferrugia brought a bunch of new music, and
great.
Cervini and his project Turboprop. And it was, you know, a bunch of tunes that he hasn't recorded yet, and hasn't,
you know, great.
Like these were the first few times they were even playing them as a band. And
great.
Yeah, it is great. Like, how great is that to get to hear that and to get that recorded? Like, we now have this footage of that, so it's neat.
Yeah, I do like the idea of trying to meet the artist where they were at, and I thought that was really sensitive from your end, and like really necessary. Like I'd been getting approaches from some other festivals, and it was just like, you know, because I think everyone has like real like anxiety that I didn't even know I could have, you know, because I'll say yes to any gig anytime, right? Like if especially if a festival is coming asking, and all of a sudden I'm like saying no to certain festivals because it just felt like the COVID thing was a little too, at that time anyway. Now we're seeming a little more free with it, but it's like you had that sensitivity coming in, and empathy, I think, to be like, hey, wait, why don't you do it on your terms, or around a project that might not, like, you may not have been the same artist I approached you when I first approached you to do the festival, which is interesting, right? I feel like I'm a dumber artist because I was reflecting on what the hell we did just recently, and I'm like, man, Sarah Kim came at me asking for the Sinatra project, and what do I deliver? Something totally different and weird, but
anyway. We're giving too much away, you know. It was,
I'm not having regrets. I'm just asking questions. Like, I'm weird that way. I was just like, was it jazz? Who cares? It was jazz.
Of course it was jazz. It was free jazz. It was, of course it was jazz. It was very clearly jazz.
It definitely wasn't that Sinatra project, but anyway.
No, it was puppets and poetry, and it was that's marvelous. I think, that's fabulous.
It was different than Sinatra, the Sinatra project.
It was different than Sinatra, and that's fine. I mean, it goes back to that idea of kind of the obligation as arts presenters, you know, and I think it's our obligation to to be honest about what's going on, and to, you know, like if that's what we're doing, if we are there to help kind of create a stage, and then we need to be listening to the stories about what's happening. And what was important to me wasn't to create a festival that we were pretending was still a festival, and we were just putting it just happens to be online this year. It's like, no, like we just went through a pandemic, like let's talk about that, and let's present a festival that says, hey, like how are you? How'd that go?
Yeah. No, I really appreciate this discussion with you and your approach. Are you, as an arts leader, are you talking with other artistic directors, like you mentioned Josh, other jazz festivals, other arts festivals in general, and what's the pulse you're getting? What are you learning from these conversations? Like, what has really stuck with you?
Yeah, well, I'm certainly, we're not alone, and definitely, there's in the jazz community, there's a great organization that brings together the jazz festivals, and they talk a lot, and it's been super helpful, and it's neat, and there seems to be this openness. There always was, but an added openness for collaboration and a desire for dialogue and communication. And these aren't new ideas. Everyone's going through the same thing, and just trying to figure out what it means to present online, and whether it's important or valuable or meaningful, and how to make that meaningful. Like, sure, you don't get a ton of people zooming in or logging in for online concerts, but it still has its purpose, and we still have a role as presenters. So it's been neat to talk to other festivals, and it seems like things are opening up, so it's hopeful. In fact, I feel that Markham Jazz, we're only doing one live show. But I'm seeing lots of other festivals that are starting, doing smaller shows and getting lots more live stuff happening, which is obviously
it's exciting. Knock on wood that is that is what we ride into next year, in fact. But were you worried about that? Were you concerned about like I'm assuming you and Christy and Linda and everybody on the team had to be like, okay, we're taking a stance. We're going to do this virtually this year. We're going to learn a shit ton, and we're going to be stronger for it. It's not going to be for everybody. There will be patrons that may not even like it and may not even have the technological prowess to even log on, but it is what it is. Or like, was that a big discussion at your planning table?
For sure. And I'm sure at most festivals
had to have been. Yeah,
totally. Yeah. But do we, like, how much of a chance do you take on where you're going to be at, and whether restrictions are open, and what you're allowed to do? And
I feel your pain. I feel your pain.
Lots of dialogue about that.
But you did it. You made a choice and let others judge whether it was right or wrong, or who cares. You made a choice in the middle of a global health pandemic, and you helped to lead a team through it. So I just think we're all better for it.
Standing back and watching, seeing bands come. I mean, I feel so lucky because I actually was, in the room and at these recordings, and, musicians are so, pardon the pun, jazz to be there. And it's awesome. You're just like, okay, like whatever happens with this, we're here in this room, and
that was a win. Like,
exactly.
I feel like that alone was a win, and what you're going to put forward in August is a win. And I don't even think the question should be, was it the right or wrong decision? I think it was like, it was like, I just full congratulations to you for pushing forward a vision in the middle of all this mess. Like, I just think it's because I think we're all really good planners, all of us, whatever organization or type of pursuit we've been involved in. But this thing has been like next to impossible, whether you're a high school teacher trying to organize a graduation and Doug Ford says, okay, quick, make it in person because I want it in person, versus
10 people or 25 or 30 or
it's impossible to navigate. So I really think you've done a great job in making something happen and bringing people together, and like it is community building in the whole thing that you're doing, and so better than, hey, another year canceled, right? It's just like, it's something different than that. So it feels like we're making progress anyway, I hope.
Yeah, and that's all that matters. It just keeps that dialogue going, and you nailed it. It's community. That's our job. So
So I know that we're partnering on this podcast and we're moving ahead with, I had great conversations that are coming up with Allison Au and Brandy Disterheft, and Elena Cat Polaris. But what's exciting you about this year's festival? If you might kind of try to dissect the lineup and share with our listeners what they can look forward to and how it's presented, because you've actually had a sneak peek on it because they're pre-recorded, right? So
Yeah.
that's fun.
It is fun. Well, we were in 3 different venues. We were at the Porsche dealership in Markham, which was kind of a unique space. We were at our usual stage spot at the Mackay Art Gallery. We set up a tent in the back of the backyard and filmed there. And then we were at a really great venue in Oshawa called the Biltmore Theater. So it was neat to kind of have these different spaces, and it is, you know, it's a great year because we're all over the map. We've got I mean, we've got this free jazz experience, which I'm really excited to present. Another project I was really looking forward to is Joy Lapp, and she's a steel pan player and brought an incredible band, including Larnell Lewis and Elmer Frere and Rob Christian and Jeremy Ledbetter, and it was just awesome. And it's just so fun, and it's really kind of fabulous to see the steel pan like that. So that was really cool. A guitar player, Jocelyn Gould, off of her JUNO win, so that's always exciting for us. Yeah, she's really great. Yeah, and then Elmer Frere, another really fabulous guitar player who brought a superb band. So it's a lot of fun. There's a lot of different stuff. You know, we're exploring lots of different jazz, and our live show is Diane Braithwaite and Chris Whiteley. So that's blues. Yeah, so we got some blues, got some jazz, got some free jazz. Yeah,
Incredible.
It's gonna be fun.
How do you go about, like, how do you go about, I mean, I know this year was just upside down, but how do you typically go about kind of crafting a 3-day lineup like that tries to go all over the place musically and other?
I mean, really, it's the best part of a job like this. Like, as you know, in the industry, there's lots of industry events, and you get to go to showcases, and you go see a lot of live music. And so for me, it's just shows that I get excited about. Like, I obviously go see a lot of live music back when that used to be a thing, and I love to go to those different showcases, and you know, you see bands that you like, and you hear what people are talking about. And so really it's just kind of a, you know, it's like I want to be excited by it, but I also just want to listen and hear what other people are thinking about. And I, you know, I ask a lot. I like talking to people about music. In particular, like, I start with our team. Like, our team represents our community, and so I'm, you know, I just constantly, like, what are you listening to? Send me YouTube clips. Send me, you know. I send out ideas. I do this, like, Markham Jazz Fest radio newsletter every once in a while, and just send out a bunch of YouTube clips of bands that I'm hearing and listening to.
Cool.
It always sparks dialogue, you know, and lots of people are like, I don't like that. I don't get it. I'm like, yeah, that's great. You know, me neither, or whatever, you know. It's
that's cool. That's cool.
Yeah. And then from there, you kind of, you know, like, you know, what's sort of hot out there, and you try to get them to come to your festival. And
Was that whole team that you were working with at the Biltmore Theater, were those, like, did you know, what was his name that was doing sound? Was that Jacob? Is my memory correct?
Yeah, Jacob Hameda.
And,
Yeah,
like,
no, I met him actually at I'm a part of a festival called Cultivate in Port Hope, and met him at that. And it was more just in that shift of, you know, we worked with a professional sound company when we were doing our big festival, but this was different, you know, we needed a camera crew, and we needed a sound person that, you know, was adept at live sound, but also could handle it in the context of filming it.
Otherwise, I mean, for the 4 people that were in the place when you were filming it, great live sound, but that's not really what the ask was, right? It's like, how do we translate this?
Yeah.
Well, are you happy with the footage, like, overall, like what you've captured as a a newly minted television station
Yeah.
or jazz festival, whatever you are these days.
Yeah, I really am. I really am. It looks great. It's a lot of learning, and and luckily we hired great professionals. And shout out to Genie Lamp Studios, are the guys who came and did that with us. And
That's important. Yeah.
Yeah. They knew what they were doing and really were able to guide us. So of course I can watch lots of things and go, oh, I wish we'd done a bit like this, or I wish we'd done that.
Yeah, sure.
But it was important. We've struggled with this idea of live. What does it mean to be live? The very first one we did, we actually live streamed it and realized like the technical difficulties of it, kind of the pain and stress of it didn't really seem worth it for what the audience got out of it compared with, if you get a proper recording that looks good, most importantly, sounds good. I've learned that people will accept less than great video if the sound quality is bang on. So we were trying to go for both. We wanted great sound quality, we wanted great video. I'm really pleased with it. It's been interesting. You learn about lighting and you learn about
I saw that. I mean,
thinking about much, but
we're in a way we're rethinking showbiz the way it's all supposed to, like, so I get what you're saying about like the live streaming of it may not have been as on point as you wanted it to be when you tried that. So how will you now that you're thinking, now that you've gathered all the material, what's the strategy for packaging it and putting it out there in an innovative way? Like what's your approach?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know how innovative it'll be. We're going to use YouTube, and
hey, there you go. Everybody's television stations, right?
Our website, but we are going to set it up like a festival. So it starts on the Friday evening and we go from 7 until 9. On the Saturday, it's the full day of programming, like if you were coming to our festival.
Got it.
And we'd like it to feel like that. We still want it, the shows are introed like you're at a real show. And the bands play through. And that was another important thing. Lots of bands were like, okay, if we're not really happy with that, can it and do this, and it's like, nope, just run it like a show, just go through beginning to end. And so that's kind of our balance of that live experience, and
well, this is me now just getting freaky on you, would there be a way to broadcast it somewhere, like in a town square or something? I don't know Markham well enough to know if there's like an opportunity to like put it on an outdoor.
Rich, why didn't I think of that? That's great. We should absolutely do that. I mean, I heard of people getting together. Certainly the Jazz Fest committee was going to get together for a screening.
Like a watch along? Yeah.
But that's a great idea. It would be lovely. We interviewed the mayor of Markham for the festival, which was great and interesting to
very good.
Just, ask them how was that for you? How was COVID? I mean, obviously you're running a city, but you're also a person with a family, and how did that go? So I think that would be awesome. It would be so cool to sort of see that on a big screen somehow. Or I just hope that people can get together with whoever they can and tune in for stuff that they're interested in. I don't have any illusions that anyone is going to sit all day and watch the whole festival, but it's cool.
It's cool that it's got, like, I'm assuming like the way you do like premieres in YouTube, it'll have like that live, everybody's watching it at the same time vibe to it, eh?
That's right. That's what we're going for. And there's always, the YouTube chat is great. And one of our board members, Mark Lemieux, runs our Facebook and our YouTube, and he's got that going and really engages with that. And it's been fun doing the recordings after the fact, because the musicians often will engage with that as well. So it's nice. They're actually joining in a conversation as we all sit there and watch the show.
I dig it.
Neat.
We'll try, if I'm in town, I'll try to get together with Corey, who wrote that piece, and we'll do like a live Instagram or something.
That'd be great. It'd be fun, and it's nice for the audience members to feel that connection as they're watching this show. And I mean, the whole thing really, I guess, just it made me hopeful.
Excuse me.
We can go through something like this and it feels like an industry, and it did, an industry
That's great.
fell apart.
Yeah.
But
Nice.
people aren't gonna stop making art, and it's, they're creative people, and they're gonna come up with a creative way to express what's going on. And I've come away from it feeling hopeful about the arts, hopeful that we'll figure it out, or we're gonna find a way to keep making art.
That's the quote right there, gentle listeners. We are here with an interview, an exclusive interview with the artistic director, the first I haven't interviewed many. I've interviewed a few, and I think it's a real art form to something I've done in a prior life is booking an arts festival, a jazz festival in your case, which is a real challenge, right? But it's like just that definition of jazz and how you approach it. I think it's really inspiring. That last bit that you just said is like art and creativity and the sense of connection and community between us all is it is the glue. It is the hopeful bits of what I've taken from COVID too, is like interviews like this podcast and learning from artists, asking them the question that you've been asking a lot of, which is what kind of an artist, what do you want to be coming out of COVID and out of this pandemic, and what do you want to say? Like, what's of value to you, So I think you're like, that's what inspired me really like profoundly when we spoke about, about how to approach this and what we could do together. And I found that uplifting. I really do. I think it's like in the middle of a downer that we're in, I think that is the light that's kind of shining through. So it's thank you for all the work that you do, Sarah Kim. It's great.
It's my pleasure. Thank you for these conversations. Thank you for making podcasts and making beautiful art.
And I know this video is going to be playing live at some point through the Jazz Festival. So as we wrap up, wow, we're going all over the place here, but that's awesome. I love the DIY spirit that you're tapping into there with people like Maylee inspiring you and Kelsey informing your practice. You do so many unique things, and I love how the Jazz Festival is like in the middle of all these other worlds that you kind of embody. And I just encourage you to keep punching and doing the good work. It's exciting to see.
Thanks, Rich. I feel the same way. Right back at you. Thanks for making this stuff. Thanks for Industry Tactics. This is great.
It's a joy. It really is a joy to have stayed connected, as you were putting it, and learning a lot. Like, I wouldn't do it if I didn't love it, and I love it more with every episode. And case in point, right here. Thank you for all the learning. Like, it's so much sharing going on. I really feel like I hope. Yeah, people are getting a lot out of it.
That's what's so cool about hearing Industry Tactics too is just that delve into the artist's brain. I was re-listening to some this afternoon, and in particular Elena's, and it's so interesting to so thanks for the platform for that.
No, I feel like I know you a little better now, so thank you for sharing. And where can people learn more now about, as we wrap it? Where do they got to go to get that free ticket to jazz? Where can they go to learn more about the Markham Jazz Fest?
Yeah, just online, markhamjazzfestival.com, and all of our lineup is there. Links to the YouTube are there, and it everything moving forward. And even after, I know some people will be watching this, it'll be during the festival, so this won't matter. But these will be available after the festival, and we look forward to kind of having that as part of our offerings to sort of bolster our YouTube channel and have some great music there as well.
Well, thank you for all that you do. And where can people follow your work on, say, social media? Where can they find more about you?
Yeah, I'm not super great with that stuff, but my Instagram handle is at Skims, SKIMSZ.
SZ.
Yeah, like the UHAS, like those crazy.
Love it. You kept it Hungarian there at the end. Take care, Sarah Kim. Thank you again for being a part of this.
Thanks so much, Rich. Appreciate it. Bye.
Well, That about does it. We are so glad that you've joined us for this year's 2021 TD Markham Jazz Festival, the 24th anniversary. Don't forget to come back and join us next year. And if you missed any of the performances, or if you love some of them so much you want to see them again, they will all be archived at the festival's YouTube page. Just look for TD Markham Jazz Festival on YouTube, or you can get the link at markhamjazzfestival.com. Thanks for joining us. We'll see you next year.
Hello, everybody. I'm Linda Briggs, and I'm the chair and president of the TD Markham Jazz Festival. I'm here today to say a few thanks. First of all, thank you to our wonderful team for doing their best to produce our virtual festival. Secondly, I'd like to thank you, our audiences, for being so dedicated and sticking with us throughout this pandemic year. We love you all. Next year will be our 25th anniversary, and we are inviting you to the party. See you in Unionville in 2022.
The inherent improvisation of jazz is a perfect metaphor for how we've adapted over the last 18 months. A huge thank you to the artists who have brought their experience and talent to this year's festival. It has been an absolute joy. And also a huge thank you to Heather Bambrick, our MC. We look forward to seeing you next year for the 2022 TD Markham Jazz Festival.
A huge thank you to our generous sponsors and funding partners for their ongoing support, especially over the last 2 seasons. The federal government's Canadian Heritage Department, the Ontario government's Reconnect program for festivals and events, the Ontario Arts Council, Central Counties Tourism, Celebrate Markham, and the SOCAN Foundation. And to our title sponsor, TD Bank, our presenting sponsor, the Pfaff Auto Group and its Markham dealerships, to Kylemore Communities, to the Hilton Toronto Markham Suites, and to the merchants of Main Street Unionville. They and we can't wait to see you again in 2022.